happy that this especially work in breakout rooms that actually went well. And
Yes.
yeah, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Blerina, how are you today?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yesterday was great, really. It was very wonderful, and we also learned new approaches, and we talked about some details which affect our work, in fact, but we never stop and think and analyze them like we did yesterday, given the learning styles of, or maybe the different mindsets. And they are very useful, and it is another dimension, and I'm very happy and really curious about today's session too.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ivana Markovic.
Good morning to everyone. I'm feeling really good today. It's a sunny day in Belgrade, so when it's sunny, I'm happy. And yesterday, for me, it was really interesting. This online training can be exhausting because I've been to a lot of Zoom trainings, conference and everything, but yesterday it was really interesting and I felt good, so it wasn't exhausted as I thought it would be. So thank you for it was really interesting. And for me, I was thinking a lot after the training about this fixed mindset versus growth mindset and how it can shape our lives. And because recently I read the interesting book Prodavačica, like saleswoman. It's a Japanese author, I think Sayaka Murata. It's something about the woman who is, I recognize in her this fixed mindset and how she's enjoying in that state of, how to say, growth. And when I read the book, I felt really empathy for her, and I understand her, because there's some people who don't want to grow and don't feel good in that pressure to grow. So it was interesting for me to think, and I discussed with my friend about the concept and how I understand both kind of people, and about that pressure in the society now to constantly grow. And there's some people who just want to feel comfortable and stay in that phase where they feel good. So that was something to think about, made me, thinking. And so
Yeah.
and it's a really good book. Maybe it's some, I recommend this.
Can you, thank you, Ivana. Yes, we choose our mindset, and
Yeah.
it's our responsibility, of course. And it is very nice that you mentioned this book. Can you just write it down in
Yeah.
chat so we
Yes.
can find in our countries?
Yeah, of course.
I think, how to say, the thinking is the key. So everything that puts us thinking, it's actually, it's how to say, the good momentum. Even in coaching, when you ask as a coach a question and your coachee is silent, you're waiting for the response. That's actually amazing moment, because then you know that person is thinking, is processing, and it's something that was actually was having a powerful effect on that person. Liliana, what had an impact on you from yesterday?
Morning from to everyone. It was a really nice day yesterday, very constructive, very specific, and I should say very powerful day for me.
Bravo.
To think more about my personality, because I first in my career and was done the test about my personality, but also how important is the personality of our coaches, and how is that important to have we as coaches or as mentors in mind when we are organizing and implementing training. And also for me, it's very important learn these new approaches and methodologies, because I'm working with mostly with rural population, with farmers on field, which has an adult learning processes, and the most of the specifics for this type of group was already mentioned yesterday, that they are embarrassed, that they are not very open in the discussions or in training. So very, very powerful and very useful day for me was yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. Ivana Smolovic. Hello, Ivana.
Hi to everyone. Yesterday was really interesting for me. I think it was a really nice introduction into the topic. So thank you for both of you for making this very interesting for us. I know it's not easy for you to be a trainer in this kind of online event. So yes, and I really like the group work. So big hello to my pals from working groups. Yes, it was really nice and pleasant, and I'm sure that it will be today also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jinesh, hello, good morning.
Good morning to all. It's really bad to be the last one because everyone said everything, but it has been a great excitement because everything is new for me. And yesterday was really well prepared, constructive one, and I wanted to thank you for that.
Yeah,
and I'm looking forward to see today because I realized that I needed to research and read a lot in this topic as a reflector. So let's see how it's going.
Thank you very much. You said one very important thing, and that is that, of course, you know, after each learning experience, usually we ended up with, of course, oh, I have to learn so much. However, in order to work as a coach, really use your opportunity immediately now and immediately after the training. Don't fix your mind to the setup that you have to learn more. You will learn a lot through your experience. And you know, if you're waiting to be ready for the coaching, well, then you will, you know, wait for a long period, for the long period of time. There are people that are really so open-minded that just after one day of the training, they start doing the coaching. Practically, as soon as we start to do our actually, as we start failing, we will become better, better and better. And of course, we'll be more motivated for the further learning.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can read about coaching from the books, and it's good support to coaching. But concerning coaching is skills and competency, we just have to exercise. And we prepared an exercise for you in these 4 weeks between 2 modules. So you will have a domaća zadaća, homework.
I actually, I wanted to say Hausaufgabe. I wanted to say that in German. Okay.
So you will have a homework, and this homework will give you this opportunity to try in real time with a real coachee and start to exercise and learn from your tries and fails, and every time you will fail better, of course.
Yeah. But it's also great opportunity just to start to play, even like starting from tomorrow with your colleagues. Now, after you will be learning about powerful questions and how to actually, let's say, reframe some of the old habits of asking questions. And you will be amazed simply with the results, even of such simple, actually small steps and tries, just like not to talk about problems, but to talk about opportunities. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. You see, you actually, well, maybe in the half of the group and how much you inspired us. Okay. Yelena, hello.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's hard now to add anything new. I will tell you that I feel great. I'm looking forward for today's training. Yesterday, it was really a very good introduction. It gave me a totally different perspective. I was always before focused on the knowledge which I should transfer to the other side, but less paying attention to the psychological aspects of it. So really thanks a lot for yesterday and your tips. And I think it's a really great challenge organizing a training like this, but I think you're doing a really great job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nenad, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Well, good morning, everyone. What I liked most was this about exercise, about learning styles. So I had these highest scores as a reflector, but I also had some points to other two, theorists and pragmatists too. So it was interesting to read about it and etc. Also, this Samuel Beckett quote: "Try again, fail again, fail better." And lunch was excellent also.
Yeah, I like it also very much. Thank you, Nenad.
Thank you.
Even Teofilovich, since we have few, so I'm pronouncing your surname as well.
Good morning, everyone. I brought very positive impressions from yesterday. I mean, everything was interesting, but Borka's lecture on growth mindset was especially inspiring. So thank you. It really opens up a different way of thinking, and I'm glad to see that everyone is smiling all the time on the screen. So that's nice too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we actually can feel really your energy. Even I would say that's not possible. Like there you go. That definitely. Thank you, Ivana. Valentina, good morning. What would you like to share with us?
Good morning, everyone. Yesterday's impression, all sessions had impression on me, positive, of course. I will single out Kolb's theory of learning styles, especially the group work when we're trying to decide how to present to each different learning style. That was really challenging for all of us, but it made me, and I assume the others, think more for instance, in my previous experience, did I do right? Should I change for next time something with respect to these different learning styles? So yes, that's something that made me think for the future. And for today, I'm motivated and excited to learn something new.
Excellent.
We are as well very much motivated now. And I know that we will discuss it and we had shared this and like we didn't do also this and so on. But thank you for those inspiring and supportive messages. Marian, now it's your turn.
Yes, hi. So yesterday when we finished the session at 4 o'clock, I was very refreshed, and that usually doesn't happen after 8 hours in front of the computer. So I know that it was a good day. I really like your approach, and there was for me a perfect combination between your presentation and the group work, and the groups were changing constantly. So you see new faces, and that was really refreshing for me as well. And also, I think I learned another point about me. I'm a reflector. I thought that I'm a more pragmatical person as well. And also, I realized how much is important actually to have customized everything you do with your target group, to have the feedback prior, whatever you do, you coach, you mentor, you have a training or whatever. And I'm really looking forward to go into details today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mariam. So now I think it's Murat.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to see these lovely faces in front of me. Well, lots of the things are already said by colleagues, but I want to emphasize your emphasis on change. I was stimulated by your emphasis on change because I'm from an LGBTI organization. So all we do is to try to change the society and norms. So I like that emphasis. And secondly, me or my colleagues in my organization, we are providing human rights trainings for many years, but it's the first time for me or for anyone from my organization that face some theories or methodologies about mentorship. So this is a new opening for me, and I'm quite eager to share it with my colleagues in the organization because recently our relationship with the local LGBTI organizations changed to a process than a single training. So this mentorship knowledge will be quite important and fruitful for us. And secondly, the one thing I remember most from yesterday, I haven't thought about the personal traits of the mentor or the person before. All I was thinking about was the knowledge and the techniques and the literature about it, but the personal traits, I never thought about it. And thanks to you, and now I think about them and I see the important part in them as well.
Thank you very much, Murat. Olda.
Good morning, everyone. Yesterday was a very interesting day. First of all, I want to start with and to congratulate you about the organization of the training. Borka and Andrea, everything was so interesting. And actually, I was very skeptical at the beginning because I know how difficult it is to keep the audience interested, even when you're there in the same room with the people, let alone here online. Our organization actually postponed all the activities that we have with the trainings and public meetings and did them during July, August to recuperate the time that we lost during the lockdown. But now I can see that thank you for the training that you gave us on how to organize an interesting training, online training. And apart from that, the topics were very interesting. Actually, the two mindsets for the growth, the fixed and the open mindset is very important to tailor the strategies of the training and mentoring and coaching for the audience, even if it's only one or a group of people. And also very interesting was the Kolb's learning style. I found that there was an activist and I was expecting that anyway.
Excellent.
And looking forward for today's session.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mira.
Mira?
I have already spoken.
You have already spoken.
Yes,
yes. That Zoom then actually confused us. Okay.
Yes.
Danko, yes. Yes. Yes.
You want to hear from me?
Yes.
Yeah. But thank you for yesterday's works, and I can say that I enjoyed talking about personal growth, and this is something that I'm enjoying the last couple of months. So this somehow fit into the my. It's not a hobby, but it's more like something that it's interesting to me in the recent times. So, thank you very much for the yesterday.
Thank you as well. Nevi.
Hello, everyone. About yesterday's session, I was feel very great. Mostly the thing that I like was that everything was very practical, and I'm looking forward for today's session.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Navi.
Zoran.
Liliana had spoke.
Zoran.
Yes, Zoran. Zoran has Zoran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
We are very glad that you are with us. Thank you. Thank you.
It's very difficult when your name started in the last letter Z.
Ah.
Always you will be the last one,
Uh-huh.
not important one.
Okay. Next time we will start from you.
Yeah, and don't forget what you say. It was a great possibility to have new balance between the learning and practicing, discussing with other participants, using the new technology and gathering online. I know that it was difficult for you, both of you, our trainees, to manage this profile of people and not just the characteristic, but in the background of the region that are coming. So it is challengeable for you, and as well is challengeable for us, but it's a great opportunity to learning for someone first steps in coaching and mentoring. I'm satisfied of yesterday's work, working in a smaller group, and I find out to have a useful online training session. It's to think about a methodology and approach how to provide more space for participants to be involved, not to trainers to speak about. So congratulations to you that take care about our time and think about the methodology, how to take our attention as well. And thanks for the lunch yesterday. The invoice we will send to you, of course.
Of course, of course. Thank you very much, Zoran. I think that the last person is actually Bojana from Divac Foundation. No? She spoke? Yeah, you talked. Okay. Well, then, well.
I
okay.
think it's me.
I see.
I'm Esmeralda.
Esmeralda, are you here with because
Yeah, no, I'm having problem with the video settings, and that's why you missed me. No worries.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much for the first day. It was really a fantastic and interesting. Last night I was speaking with my husband and daughter. She's a teenager, and so I know about the Kolb test. I've done to them, both of them, the test of Kolb, and we have discovered some differences between three of us in the family. So thank you again. And for today, in fact, I was waking up very early because it's a panic day. I have to remove the schedule and my agenda for other Zoom meetings on the lunch break because I really don't want to miss a single session from the training. So thank you so much again.
Thank you also as well. Thank you. Thank you all of to all of you for this really such how to say inspiring and motivational feedback, and Borka especially likes feedback.
Yes. We will do feedback.
And she's reminding me because I said, okay, they know enough about feedback. We can do that while we are doing mentoring. And that's why it's something between two of us. Okay. So let's actually move on further on our actually come on the what is further on our agenda. Now, until actually the coffee break, I will be actually sharing with you my knowledge and experience concerning about the coaching. What actually I want to share with you is following. For the beginning, I want to share with you. Just can you put this? something to finally, let's say, discuss and clear about. Even I would say that you actually catch up that very, very well. And yes, sorry, you can put this here. It's fine. I don't have to, yeah, just to see them. And these are the actually main differences between trainer, mentor, and the coach. If you actually remember yesterday, I said that I noticed that we are using coaching very much as a replacement for training, because of course we are pushed now to be innovative. So how we are innovative, we found some new word. And of course the coach in especially sport is translated mainly in our languages as the trainer. So the trainer is actually a person that asks the directive questions. It provides information, guidelines. Of course, it's structured, but of course, the mentoring and coaching are also as well structured process as such. They have certain how they actually begin and how the process is going on and how they are ending. Of course, the trainer is an expert for particular field. That's what is very much important. While our coach does not have to be necessarily the expert for the same field, for example, in which we are working. When we are talking about mentor, mentor is like the key role in our personal development process, which lasts actually much longer than a coaching, which is always actually focused on solving one particular situation in our life. Mentoring is providing us much more time, much more space, and it is using the expertise of course, of our mentor, meaning also some past experience. It's also actually asking us stimulative and powerful questions, but also share some experiences, maybe contacts, information as such. So the coaching, since today we are going to talk, we will dedicate the whole day to the coaching. Well, the coaching is based on active listening and on powerful questioning. So in coaching, we are actually giving a chance to ourselves to discover what actually we want, what we want to achieve or what we want to change in our life to feel better, to feel more effective and successful, and so on. Of course, in coaching, we will meet feelings, we will meet also our past experiences, but we are always focused on the future and the resources that we possess as persons. So in summary, those like main differences, this is of course just example between these three roles. When we talk about the coaching, we always have some objective that we want to achieve. This is actually the change that we want to apply in our life. There is no this is not a counseling. We are not providing answers. We are not providing information how to do something, because we believe that our coachee has all valuable resources to actually achieve that. Practically, we are not even doing anything with the past, and you will see actually, I will share that with you very soon. As just a reminder, if you see this actually line of, let's say, learning process, the possibilities that are opening when we are going from starting from actually directive approach, which is now I will tell you how to do, to actually reaching this the highest level of non-directive, which is actually listening to understand. And I must admit, I was very suspicious about coaching. I was at the beginning of my actually even very extensive training on coaching. I said, even in the introduction, I think it's some, marketing catch just to replace what trainers and mentors are doing. Like, how can be something so different? Or like, well, listening. Well, we know all listening. We were listening about active listening for years in our work, until actually I experienced the power of listening, and based on that, asking of powerful questions. So you can see the difference, how from actually the telling, instructing is that what we actually all experience until now is always related with the training, is transforming into providing feedback and making some possible suggestions, which is more asking questions, which is more in the sphere of mentoring. However, mentoring is also including the concepts of coaching. It can even include either coaching conversation or sessions, which are starting from asking questions, summarizing, paraphrasing, until, of course, listening to understand. So the most challenging for us now in the learning process is to listen to understand, to also listen in a way to not deal with the problems, but actually to listen, to be capable to ask powerful questions, which will support our coachee in his or her actually process of achieving the goal. When we talk about coaching and mentoring as opportunities for CSOs, even now, of course, during the training, we talk all the time about like coach and coachee, but coaching as such and elements of coaching, especially, of course, the active listening and powerful questions, you can use in your day-to-day management, but you can also use coaching and especially mentoring to improve your management of your organizations. You can use them for like development, implementing your internship programs, for developing your fundraising strategies, team building, also for provision of your services to your constituencies or to your beneficiaries, to your target groups, strategic planning. So I think that it's now, especially I can say what I was listening to you now after the first day of the training, I can guarantee that your approach to your further planning and even team meetings will be completely different. And that is, of course, very much related with how you will approach to problem solving. You will definitely not spend any more time on discussing what are the problems, because you already learned, and especially today, you will learn how that is actually irrelevant when we are talking about success. So, in summary, coaching is focused on solutions, on discovering potentials, on, of course, as I already said, listening and powerful questions, and very important, on integration of our values. You will see now when I will actually present you the coaching arrow, the one coaching process, we integrate in the coaching process our values. And that is why coaching is so powerful, meaning moving us forward, because we are creating actions based on what are our values and what are our beliefs. We are here, of course, talking about our intrinsic motivation. And that's why in this whole process, like in the adult learning process, the actual responsibility on, let's say, making a change is up to our coachee or trainee or mentoree. So we as a coach, we are not taking responsibility whether the person will stop smoking or whether the person will finally stop planning effectively his or her time. It's up to that person that is actually using our support. It's like with the training. So Borka and I cannot apply now what you have learned. It's up to you whether you will apply it or not, and whether you will actually take the most from this process from us. In coaching, we are focused on achievements. We are focused on positive thinking, because then we can be creative. In order to achieve that, we can actually use some exercises for visualization, because we want to actually imagine how we see ourselves, or for example, how our teams see themselves in the future when they actually achieve this positive change. Of course, we can also apply techniques of relaxation and of mindfulness and so on. Each coaching session is ending with defining with our action steps, because after talking about it, what we want to achieve, it's actually time that we start to work. Like also Borka said, between this session and the next module, you will have actually a task to do something to exercise, because of course then we will all learn about the changes that are happening, and we will actually all exercise our new knowledge and skills. And it will be, of course, excellent base for starting the new process, actually continuing our learning process. You have heard that I said that we do not take care so much about our past experience. What is actually usual happening? And you can imagine that with your colleagues and your friends and your family members, is that we always start that something happened, or we are annoyed with something. Like, I have example of one person, let's say it's named Maya, and Maya came to the coaching session saying like, I really have no any more nerves to work with my colleagues. I have problem with them because of them I actually cannot work. So what we would usually react when our colleague or our friend is coming to us and saying like, you know, my colleagues, you know, like, it's like, I always have to work because of them over time. What would be your reaction? Someone? So very often we would start asking, okay, what they're saying, what they are doing. Oh, I know, I also have like 3 of them in my team, and like they still, you know, keep going with asking questions. They are so needy, and then I work a lot and so on. In coaching, actually, for us, that is something that we call content. And we are actually not interested. Of course, we are not saying this to our coachee. We are actually moving forward our communication toward what Maya actually wants to change. So Maya, as I understood, you actually want to improve your work efficiency. Is that correct? That's how the coaching is starting. And then Maya starts to talk, yes, about the change that she wants to achieve. And then her colleagues are not important anymore. However, as in yesterday's afternoon exercise that was very powerful for you, we use past only when our past is resource for us to move on. For example, in the situation when we can actually remind ourselves that there was some very important person for us, so she or he actually kicked us off or bit pushed, or we remember how we were successful in a previous project with the previous team, and then we can talk about that ourselves from the past, which can be resource from our future. In coaching, we move from negative thinking to positive thinking. We move from actually being passive to being active. Two more things related with this slide. One is that as a coach, we are always neutral. So we are objective. We do not judge. We do not say, hi, Maya, are you sure that you are not the problem? That is not happening in the coach. We are training our minds by listening Maya or any other coachee in order to actually get rid of possible judges valuing whatever our actually coachee is saying about. Then we have such a position, then we are capable to actually listen real important messages that coachee is saying to us. Do you know what this picture in the middle of this presentation is showing to us? Anyone? Please.
Maybe the correct
He's
position.
trying to see if the these glasses are good for him.
Okay, there was a female voice as well.
I was thinking maybe the position that we should have, the way that we should sit while coaching, you know, like being like in an open position, like I'm here for listening, as far as I can get from the picture, you know, leaning a bit forward the person we are coaching to.
Yes.
Maybe.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
No hierarchy.
No hierarchy. Thank you, Murat.
Maybe it's individual process because there are two of them, not group process, and I can see it's active listening, you know, what the people, and of course writing, because I think first we must define what is the problem. That's something that I hear that you explain. It's okay, they have the story, they have the problem, but what is really the change that they need? So I think the first is to write down what is the change that they want to achieve. So yeah, that's why it's very important to have on the paper, like, okay, it's that you want to improve.
Yeah.
And we can see as well smiling, both of this person. I'm guessing this is quite important that you can feel comfortable, you know, to find a way how to feel safe and comfortable to talk about that. It's not meaning to be like relaxed, but it means that you are feeling safe and willing to share all of your thoughts.
Thank you.
Maybe you need to stick to positive thinking all the time.
Yeah. Thank you very much. this photo exactly, first of all, is actually showing the let's say, a coaching position. So in coaching, we are not confronted, face to face. We are actually sitting by each other. So then we can talk about the future. Then actually our coachee has space to look at the future, to actually visualize that future. And when we are confronted, then we are making eye contact, so person can feel embarrassed. Then actually it might be something in expression of my face that coachee will see, oh my God, now she thinks what I said. So we are actually not having eye contact in coaching. We are not watching ourselves like when we are sitting at the coffee or in a counseling session, or even in the training. We are side by side, like two persons that are supporting the process of approaching to objective and so desirable change. Then the second thing that you said, and which is very much important because it's beginning of the process, is yes, that we feel relaxed, that we actually created an environment in which coachee knows that we believe in his or her readiness for change. And that moment, that element is named rapport. And actually it's beginning of the coaching process via establishing rapport. It's like a chit chat before we actually start, while we are opening the space that actually person starts to talk about the reasons why actually he or she came to the coaching session. So in this, no. What I wanted to do is to move this. So in this actually last slide, I'm presenting to you one coaching process. Before we actually meet with our coachee at the first real session as such, we usually provide, and that is always free of charge, like a meeting, how the coaching process look like. In that meeting, we actually, explain everything about the coaching that is a subject of the interest for our coachee. Since coaching is relatively new, people are very much suspicious, and it's very much important that we share with them everything, that respond on all their concerns. Also, this first initial meeting is serving also for people to see whether they can even work together, So maybe someone will come to meet with me and will say, well, listen, I just don't feel comfortable, or like as a coach, you always need to have actually your, not like a team of coaches, but yeah, team of your colleagues, friends who are the coaches, who will be replacing you, of course, if you are not some strong coaching company. So there are many reasons why we can actually end up that I'm not the right coach for you. And I would suggest that maybe you meet with Borka and to actually see whether she might be a good coach for you. The preparation is, of course, a key of every successful action, and the same relates with coaching. So we finally met. Our first session is starting, and we are matching, establishing this level of trust, which is called in coaching establishing rapport. So we took our coach position, and our coachee is starting to actually share the reasons why or she came. We usually ask, okay, well, let's say, tell me, Maya, how, I can support you today. In this beginning, our Maya is talking about those colleagues that makes her crazy, the lack of the time, and so on. This process of establishing rapport is the beginning of another stage, which is initiating and making a contract. We already are actually backtracking, meaning repeating what Maya said, like, oh, we listened that you want to be more successful, you want to be more efficient, you want to manage your time. We are actually softening her anger, and that's how it's our also tone of our voice, and already reflecting from negative to positive. In the next few minutes of our process, we are making a contract with Maya for this particular session. You will have a contract as such when you come and buy 3 to usually 6 coaching sessions, when you are, of course, making a business contract. But each coaching session actually starts with a contract. It's actually agreement on what we want to achieve in this particular session. So let's say that actually our Maya is saying, I really have problems with the colleagues. I am annoyed to stay overtime, and I need to actually change something in the way how I'm approaching the things. But for the beginning, in this coaching session, I actually want to make a plan of actions, how I will start saying no to my colleagues. So then, of course, we are checking it, and we are making agreement that by the end of this session, Maya will actually make a plan or action steps, how she will start saying no to her colleagues. So our contract actually should be based, you all know, on the SMART of objectives. It should be specific, it should be measurable, it should be realistic, and of course a time frame, because now we know that this is something that she can end up in 60 minutes of the time, which is usually how the coaching sessions last, between 30 to 60 minutes, to create such a plan. Further process is the process of creating experience, of visioning. Now you are actually applying everything that you heard yesterday from Borka about the growing mindset, because now we are supporting Maya by actually asking her how she sees herself once in her strong position, when she is capable to say no. So we are actually moving very far away from our experience of today to actually creating of the new experience. Do you know why is that important to us? Or what would you say?
Well, I think it's important for motivation, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To motivate them and to see how they see themselves in the future with that new maybe skill or solving the problem.
Exactly, because then we will use that as our actually support for the resource for the whole process, because now we already actually see ourselves, actually our Maya see her in that position. And this is then helping to her to talk about it, how she will actually implement the action, how she will implement concrete steps that she is now creating. And then she'll say, oh, okay, yes, certainly. Then maybe, you know, I can actually more structure my day or to prepare more structured agenda for the meeting. Or maybe she will realize, you know, maybe it would be good for me to actually attend some training on some particular skills. Or, you know, maybe I can speak with my mentor or with my supervisor in order to see how that person can support me or advise me, and so on. So now we are opening, you know, like a huge box of opportunities instead of still talking about like, you know, the colleagues that are bothering us. Our actually conversation completely is changing in order to ensure that, let's say, we are really dedicated to this process. We need to integrate our values in it. And then we are asking our coachee practically at the end of the session, how this session and this what now he or she created as action steps and realized was valuable for them. So what was the value of this session for you? Practically the same what we ask you today morning. How was valuable for you the first day of the training? And you shared actually amazing. You practically repeated in summary the whole training. I was really amazed, you know, how many things you actually remembered. You are practically capable to repeat it by yourselves as well. Each coaching session is ending with celebrating the success of the coachee who succeeded to actually create the action steps and to start to work on the change. Practically from that moment, the change is starting. The change is starting to happening. What you have to consider is the timing of the session. So it's up to 60 minutes. It can finish earlier, but you can't stay 3 hours with in the coaching session. So you need to work on the time efficiency, and you will be in a position to say to your coachee, okay, we still have like 10 minutes. Shall we move to action steps? So reminding a person that now it's the time to move on, because of course some of us will finish earlier. Some of us would like to talk much more, to go deeper. It of course depends whether we are action oriented or we want to reflect on the things. I have a colleague of mine who is such an activist that I have a coaching session with her. It's always up to 30 minutes, because immediately when she starts to talk, say, oh, I know, I will do this, this, and this. Okay. You even don't give me a chance to, act as a coach. And on another side, somebody else will need much more, time to reflect, to think, to explore, etc. Few actually more things that I want to share with you is that this process, as I describe it, is actually applied by all coaching schools. However, I was talking about the contract. Maybe someone will say agreement, you know. I'm talking about creating experience and vision. Some other approach will use maybe some another term. So don't be confused with that. What I'm sharing with you is actually the approach of the Ericsson International, who is a member of the International Coaching Federation. It's solution-focused coaching. Later on during the day, Borka will present to us a GROW model, another model, but the main phases, the segments are always the same. Rapport, contract or agreement, what we want to achieve in this particular session, envisioning, creating an action plan, integration of values, and celebration of the success. So it's always, all elements are actually always here. So what do you think about it?
I have a question.
Okay.
After you explained the coaching process, I can see clearly that there is a difference between coaching and mentoring also. I would like to know, me myself coming from a work environment where we work with several organizations, I would like to know which approach it's more suitable when it comes to actually having and getting the organizations getting results in terms of are they achieving what they want? Because as I can see, coaching, you have to work really closely, maybe in an individual basis, while mentoring, you can do it from, how should I explain? You can work with larger, with more people. So I would like to know your opinion on this regard when it comes to working with organizations from the civil society sector, which is more beneficial for them and how they can see actually the results.
Yeah, well, since now we are in the learning process, and actually to become good coaches, for us it's really important that we experience learning and working as coaches for the beginning with individuals. However, coaching as such is applicable to teams. So we can imagine, let's say maybe one organization as a team. So the one organization or team can actually receive coaching support, they as a group. So this team coaching actually exists. We are not talking now so much about it because it requires a bit more, let's say, like knowledge and especially experience working as a coach for the beginning. Practically the same is with the mentoring. Let's say the same actually, the same applies. So both the coaching and mentoring can be at the individual level and at the actually team or organization level. The point is that if you work with several organizations, you are actually setting objectives and coaching contract which each of them personally, meaning separately. So you cannot do, like with the training, the same thing with all of them. So each team or each organization is like a new individual in the whole process.
Or if this group of organizations has the same aim, are the part of the same action or the same project, and has the same aim, then you can make a mentoring process with them to achieve as much successfully this common aim. But if there is several different organizations that has different aims, it must be separately from one to another.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay. We have 2 more minutes for questions or comments. What seems for you now the most challenging in this process?
According to your experience, maybe you can just add something.
Maybe how to keep the motivation running. From the others, I'm talking about both sides, like the coach and the coachee, how to keep this consistent relationship and motivation to push the goals. Especially when we're talking about organizations, which are grassroots organizations. We had experience with them, and they usually are, let's say, maybe on the start, or they're in advance in some areas, but they're all over the place and they're interested in a lot of stuff. So it's pretty hard to focus on something.
Excellent.
There can also be a problem that I've noticed in the work up until now with the coaching process. With the smaller organizations that we have worked with, they do not want that type of a coaching approach, you know? They just want you to give them solutions and not like the complete process and that they learn something. They just want the quick solution to their problem. And I think that's interesting through this process, that they can really learn so much more about themselves and what their needs are, and not get the quick fix and just end it in that manner. So I think that's going to be a problem with the smaller organizations, because they don't have the capacities, they don't have the other knowledges that might be useful for them. So I think it would be very important and crucial for our future development of smaller organizations to go through this process, really.
Yeah.
If I may add to the motivation as well.
Okay.
It's just it's in line with my colleagues what they already said, but that moment when you develop the action plan, action steps, and you celebrate everything and then stop, you don't implement that, you don't have this another movement from the steps, just like nothing, it's just a piece of the paper or piece of the idea.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We're already starting to think so similarly, because what now Bojana said, it's something that I wanted to respond to Maria. But let's start with the resistance thing. So, as I told you, I came at my first training. I paid a lot of money and I came and select, you know, but I think I paid, but you have to convince me. Hello. And it's like, that's why we are actually, before starting with the coaching, we have this actually introduction and the presentation. And all of us that believe that coaching is something really powerful and effective, if we want to apply coaching as a principle of our work, we have to work on our promotion. So we have to actually run info sessions, organizing small coaching talks, organizing even trainings and so on. So we can't simply come and say, okay, no, we are going to do coaching with you. Because we need those that are coming to us and saying, you know, we think that actually coaching might be good for us. We should be actually requested. We need this readiness for change. And if there is no readiness for change, then we cannot apply the coaching. If we think that there is no capacity among small organizations for coaching, then we are actually doing a training. Of course, in training, we can apply some coaching elements, questions, active listening, and so on, where they will experience the power of the coaching. With organizations, like with the individuals, if they don't have resources, because that's individual which is very much depressed, for example, you can't do coaching with a person that is very much depressed, you know? then that person needs psychiatrist, not a coach. If small organization is not ready to change, and because they're saying we just need an advice, then as a part of your capacity building support, you are offering the advice as such. So we are not saying, no, we think coaching would be good for you. That's very much important. And for the end from my side, because our coffee break approached, it's the question about action steps. Yes, of course, we are not perfect. And of course, our coaches are not perfect. So we can't guarantee to Taxo that until the next session, all of you will conduct your homework, isn't it? Can we agree about that? Exactly. And that is how is in life of the coaches. It might happen that person will not conduct the action steps, and she or he will come to the next session saying, listen, I didn't do anything. And we are starting from this moment. We are checking whether a person did not start because it was really very much occupied. That didn't person start because it realized that's not what he or she needs. And actually he or she wants to change objective that I want to achieve. It really might happen because this is a process in you, you will reflecting, experiencing and realizing, no, that's actually not what I want. Of course, we are tolerating this once, maybe twice, but after that, we are actually saying clearly to the person, listen, we have really situation, because that person is becoming not the coachee, it's like a visitor, to the cafe every day. And that's not a coaching. So the coach as such really needs to work to be objective, to not accusing, but also clearly saying in case we are not moving on. So then we have to talk about it. Okay. If there are no more questions or comments, let's then have our 15 minutes break. So see you then in 15 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Tu tega pokazati, da sta.
Dobro.
Aha, dobro, ti sad imaš malo ovo, malo ono, da ima zadatak.
Gdje mi je share? Ova je, jel tako?
Čini se, da. Tako je.
Everybody's here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can continue. Okay, now we are going to immerse a bit in skills and competencies that are necessary to have good coaching sessions and as a coaches to develop more and more in ourselves. And before everything, I would just like to go a bit in something that is important for coaching sessions and development of relationship between coach and coachee. You know, iceberg theory. Everything, everywhere, everybody use this theory in such a huge number of topics. But let's say how we use this iceberg theory concerning development of relationships and also development of good conversation. Do you know how, what is the part actually of iceberg which is visible for everyone? This part which is under the surface. What do you think? 1/3, 1/4. How much?
1/4, probably 1/4.
Other people?
1/10.
1/10. Yeah, very close. Very close. Murat, you said it, is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Just 1/11 is under the above the surface. 10th 11th are under the surface. And if we compare it with communication and to development of and building of relations, interpersonal relationships, we can compare it with those things that we see and those things that we don't see. Those things that are visible to us. What are those things that are visible to us? What is it? What you can see now when I talk.
So usually it is like success or failure, you know, just like end result of some process. You know, I guess.
Yeah, but when we talk, what is visible? It is in general, yeah, you're right. But now when we talk, what you can see?
Body language. Gestures.
My body language is at the moment. What else?
Your voice.
My voice, my words, isn't it? Can you imagine? My voice, actually my words, those what you hear and those things what you see are just 1/11 of our conversation. Can you imagine that? Just 1/11. And what is under the surface? What are those things that we don't see, but somehow we can feel it? It's other people's emotions or our emotions. And the most deepest that is absolutely not possible to see are our beliefs. attitudes. We have to discover that. And these three things makes communication process complex. And those things that are above the surface is what we say and what we hear. It's our conscious mind. We are conscious about what we see and what we hear. But those things that works on subconscious or unconscious mind are my or other people emotions, and those things that we believe, or the attitudes that we have towards the topic that we talk. How it works? It works, let's, for example, we had one very big training in one of our spas. There was about 100 people. It was 4 groups. We should lead these 4 groups separately, but simultaneously. And second day, we had a lunchtime. Everybody went out, but nobody couldn't find a place. Where is our lunch served? And small groups turned back to the reception desk and asked the woman who worked on the reception desk, where is our lunch? When me and my group came to her and asked her, where is our lunch? Where is the space where the lunch was served? It was visible that she was a bit nervous. What do you think? How we perceive her behavior?
That something is wrong.
Something is wrong. Yes, something is wrong. We are wrong because we ask you where is our lunch? Where is it served? What else?
That she tried to hide things.
Aha, that she's a bit rude, that she's a bit vain, isn't it? That she shows a kind of aggressive behavior and communication because she said, can't you see? It's visible, it's there, your direction is there. She really put an effort and printed out about 10 directions, 10 papers with directions. But those papers were not on visible places for us. And probably we were not the first groups that turned back to her and asked, and she started to be nervous. Our subconscious recognize her behavior. That's what we see first. Our subconscious collect everything what we do, hear, reactions, other people's reactions, everything during the day. Everything what happened during the day to us and put in some memory. And this is not in our control. This is subconscious that works subconsciously. Well, her behavior just trigger out something that all of us remember as experience in similar situations sometimes before. And our perception of her behavior was she's rude and she's not a good behavior person for this position where she should work, where she is working. And of course, our answer could be the same, aggressive. If we didn't understand or having in mind that we are probably not the first group who asked the same question. The same thing is with pleasant experiences. What is important to remember? How we say things really influence on other people accepting and understanding of what we want to say. And you also have to remember that our subconscious works actually on a non-verbal level. And those things, mainly those things, pull the triggers of how we understand the other people, namjera, kako se kaže, intention. And in coaching, if we listen carefully, which means we listen deeply, we try to see and to recognize what actually happened to our to the other side, and to try to understand what are those beliefs that we tackle, what are those beliefs, those things that we had the same experiences and that we can compare each other and understand better. Is it clear for you? Do you have any questions or any examples where that you recognize yourself or any other people experiences as it was our in those spa, and the reactions after that? Questions? No questions? Okay, it's clear. We can go further. Perfect. Active listening. When we talk about active listening, what do you know about active listening? What is important for active listening for you, from your experiences?
For me, very often it is to hear things that are not stressed out a lot, but where they just say something and you have to listen very carefully to hear those things that they don't emphasize and what is behind all what they're saying.
To read behind the lines.
And listen carefully. They just mention it a little bit and then go to a different topic.
Yes, yes. What else?
In active. Sorry, keep going.
To not involve your personal feelings and experience while you listen to someone else. So when you listen something, then you connect with your feelings, what you did, just to try to keep it, you know, slowly and listen what they are feeling exactly.
Yeah, great. Some male voice was.
Yeah, it was me.
Yes.
It's also important that there is something we are hearing, and also it's really important that the people who we are talking, there's something he or she didn't mention, so we need to be attention for those as well. And also our body language or gests or mimics is also important for active listening.
Oh yes. And why is it important?
because also it's about communication. It's a part of communication.
Yes. And also because listening is a mental activity. It's mental activity. To be a good listener or to listen, you have to want that and you have to know that. Just hearing as a physical activity is just a small part of listening. But it doesn't mean that we understand. And why it is mental activity and why it is important actually to listen actively is here. Can you imagine this? It's a Chinese symbol for listening. And you see, here we have 5 symbols comprehended in one. We need eyes. Have you ever heard you listen with your eyes? To listen with your eyes, why do we need eyes to listening?
To observe the body language and what the
Oh,
body language
yes.
can say to us about the person's and his
Yes.
emotions.
Yes, yes, of course. In coaching, you need your eyes and you need to listen with your eyes to see what is going on the other side. Does the person feel comfortable, or there is something that we should take care of or stop to digging deeper? Undivided attention, when you listen to somebody, it means there is nobody else around. There is no phone. There is no ringing. There is no other person who go out and in. Coaching is a partnership relation between coachee and coach. And if we develop partnership relationships, so it means we have to trust each other. Then we need heart. Why do we need heart in coaching? In listening skills?
To understand the feelings, emotions, sentiments.
To understand, this is a very good point. Actually, is not to feel the same. Because if we would feel the same, we would call it sympathetic. Sympathy. And we need empathy. So it means to understand how the other person feels. And why is it important not to develop just sympathy to the other, to coachee, than to develop empathy? Why it should be important? What do you think?
If we feel the same as they do, then we're not going to be able to solve the problem.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, yeah.
Yes, Jelena. This is why it is important to be focused on listening with undivided attention and heart to feel, but mind to understand. If I am the same sad, or if I am the same frustrated as my coachee, or if I am in fear of something, my amygdala will, this is this is one small part.
Gland.
Yes, yes, thank you. Yeah. In our brain, which is responsible for emotions. And she reacts 1/12 of a second faster than thalamus, which is responsible for reasoning. And it is normal, and it is physically good point, because amygdala protect us and our life. And that's the reason why she is here. but she don't understand. She doesn't understand that the difference between when we are really under the life threatening, and when in some conversation there is there could come some situation which is which could be let's say dangerous for us. She just recognizes it. And if we let our amygdala at that moment to act, and if we let us to react based on emotions, there is no coaching. There are just two sides who has the same problem at that moment. That's why we as a coach has to be aware that other person has a feeling, could be in fear, could be in some unpleasant situation, and understand what would be our next reaction, or what would be our next question, to lead the person out of this feeling and to show her empathy. And of course, we have ears as organ to hearing. Okay, anybody has any comment or question? Or we can go further. Okay. For coaching skills is very good to develop empathic listening. Why is it very good? Because with empathic listening, we encourage the other person to trust us, to see that we are the one who can create, who is capable to create the process where the person will come to the solution, that we trust to other person, to our coachee ability to do that, and that we help that person to stabilize the mind, to structurize the mind, and to structurize the way of thinking. The same thing is important also for mentoring. But when we will work on mentoring, we will go with listening just a little bit deeper, more deeper. When you listen empathically, you can, there are some ways that people who are our coaches will recognize that we are focused on that person, that we really listen carefully, and that we can lead them. By just using some simple sentences or words, or some simple introduction in something like, okay, you feel, and then say what you see. It seems like, and then say what it seems to you. As I understand you something, instead of you, as I understand, is better than to say, oh yes, I understand you. If you say, I understand you, then say what you understand. What are those things that you understood from behavior and from those nonverbal signals that people show us? Now, we will go to, is there any further question or examples or reactions from your side? It's understandable?
They are waiting to reflect.
They are waiting to reflect. Okay. We can go further. We can go in exercise. Okay, good. Then we go in exercise. Okay, your exercise will be now in group of 3. Our aim of this exercise is try really empathic listening. Your group of 3 will have 3 roles. Role of observer, listener, and speaker. We will play 3 rounds. In each round, you will play another role. So you will change your roles during these 3 rounds. After every round, we will turn you back in a big group to receive another part of instructions. And for the first round, I will just tell you topic that you will talk about. And then when you will be spread in breakout rooms, your first task is to make a deal who is playing which role. And the first round will last 1 minute. And in this 1 minute, the person who is speaker is describing his or her home, where you live now. The person who is listening is just listening. Please don't write down. Just listen and remember. And person who is observing can write down what is the speaker says, just to check after this 1 minute of listening. Will how much of those what was told is the person who is listening remember? When it's 1 minute over, observer will keep the time. When it's 1 minute over, observer will say, okay, stop. And then listener has to repeat the facts. And it's one direct communication, just talking and just listening. Is it clear for you? Is it clear? Please raise the hand.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
excellent. Good. Katarina, I would like to ask you now to put people in breakout rooms, probably in the same way as we did it yesterday afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. For 1 minute, right?
I beg your pardon?
For 1 minute.
Keep them for 2 minutes.
For 2 minutes.
Yes,
Okay.
because a listener has to talk.
Okay. Sending now. Are you staying here, or I need to put you as well in some of the groups?
We will join. We will visit them.
Okay. I'm.
Join her.
Esmeralda, can you hear me now? The official, the program number is 16, but Brett, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so I don't know why Nevi is not joining you.
I see. Okay, okay. So we may wait there. I just wanted to inform you.
Okay, yeah, I can see. I texted her, but I don't know, no reply. Maybe she's away from the computer. I don't know. I will send Andrea in a bit.
In the, if we can say, in the previous group where you put us, was just 2 persons.
Yeah, because we have a problem. Esmeralda is having some issues with her audio, and she can't join. And also, Nevi is not responding. I don't know why.
Esmeralda can't hear us.
No.
I can hear you. You can hear me.
Aha.
Oh. You can't hear me. Aha.
Can't.
Okay, I'll assign her now to break us from one.
Might you send me back to the room 3, please?
Yes. Just a second.
Thank you.
No.
Murat?
Oh, well, I ended up here again. I don't know why.
Okay, can you accept?
I did.
Oh.
Yes.
Now?
Well, I'm waiting for the invitation.
Wait.
I was with Zoran.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'll put you in breakout room 1 and then move you back to 3. Wait.
Aha, Olda is here now. And
Yes.
Yelena, okay, you have your group.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
4 of them now.
5.
Ne, nema Murata sad.
Okay.
Nema.
Okay. Okay, Olda, Yelena, and Ivan,
We just finished the exercise.
You finished.
You finished the exercise.
Yes, 1 minute for telling and 1 minute rephrasing.
Excellent.
From the listener, and the observers did the right correction.
We had some technical problems in the 2 groups, so we thought.
Okay.
Something went wrong.
Shouldn't we be
I
here?
almost
I'm
believe
confused.
meeting.
Should we be here? We finished the exercise and we came back to the main session. Did we do right?
Yes.
That's okay.
Okay.
Did you finish? All of you finished exercise?
Yes.
But just the first round.
The first round, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, it's 2 groups. Navy has a problem with audio too. Okay. Chevo, you also finished, and then your first round. Okay. Good. I think everybody actually.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. We miss some people more, do we?
Yes, but they're coming.
Okay.
Well, we couldn't proceed with Zoran because we couldn't have the third person. Yeah.
Murat, there was just 2 persons in your group.
Yeah, because
Yes.
Nevi was in their group and she couldn't join, unfortunately.
I can join if they need a third person. I can join. I mean.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Now we have second round. The second round, you will change again. You go in a circle, change the roles, and your task is to think about one book or one film or one event that has a kind of influence or impact or makes you emotionally very, very engaged. And you will talk about that. Those people who are speakers now speak about that. And now you have 2.5 minutes to talk. Those who listen now can ask questions, can ask clarification, can give any sign that they are listening. And those who observe also keep the notes about what the person who, what the speaker is telling and what observer discover. You speak, you talk 2.5 minutes. After observer again keep the time. After these 2.5 minutes, listener have 1 minute to give feedback what he or she heard and what emotions and fine lines of emotions could be recognized in a speaker's talk. Is it clear? Yes, okay. Let's go to the rooms.
Just one, the same speaker as in the previous round?
No, you change the roles.
Okay, okay.
Nevi, can you hear me?
We are here.
Okay, sending you in another one.
Okay.
Sent you in room 4.
Hey, Katarina.
Should I close them?
No, no, no,
Oh, no?
not yet. Not yet. Please wait for, they must have 1 more minute to explain. After some 3.5 minutes, 4, you can invite
in 4
them.
minutes, let's say.
In 4 minutes. Okay, let's go to another.
Moving you to 5.
Okay, dokie, to 4, 5.
To 5.
Too small.
Okay.
Денис мютуємо. Не за ці відео включили.
I'm closing them, right?
Почему їх?
So what?
We are the first, the most efficient.
You are slowly coming back. Okay. There are some more groups that still talk. Okay.
I'm not in the room.
Great. Okay, everybody's here, Katarina? Yes, good. Now we go to the round 3. In this round, again, you have all the roles. And now those who are speakers, speak about happiest day in their life. One of the happiest day in their life.
A happiest.
A happiest.
I heard hectic.
No. Those who listen now have conversation. It's an absolute open two-way conversation where you can share something that reminds you on your experiences and tell, oh yes, I remember, I know it, sometimes it happened to me, and just exchange words, exchange emotions, and try to see those who listen, what is value or what is valuable for your speaker. What are beliefs that they really base their life on? Is it understandable?
Yeah.
And observe behavior of speaker and listener, and give feedback what was seen during this. Now you have 3.5 minutes to talk, and probably it won't be enough.
Just one question, the happiest or one of the happiest days?
You choose.
Okay.
If it's the happiest, go ahead.
Right. Okay.
Or if you have a lot of them, choose one.
Okay.
Okay, we can go to the breakout rooms.
Okay.
Sorry, the total minutes?
3.5 minutes, and total minutes is 5.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Let's go. Ajmo, idemo dalje. Evo nas. I samo da kažem, ako vidiš da je ono conversation fruitful, it can last 6 or 7 minutes, you know.
Okay, yeah. I'm not present in the rooms, so I yeah.
Okay. Then let's take 5 and then we will see. We will tell you, give them 1 more minute.
Okay, Andrea. Okay, last one.
Are we close to time out?
Yeah, let me check. Yes, 4 minutes so far.
4 minutes more.
Yeah. No, it's 4 minutes and 5 seconds until we open the room.
Okay. Just we have 2 rooms more.
Okay.
In the main session. Yeah, in the main session.
Should we close them?
Yes, but probably Neira has a problem with connection, and maybe and somebody else. I think Esmeralda also.
Yes.
Maybe they should just stay connected through video, through audio. not through video.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, slowly back.
Everybody's here.
Everybody's here. Great. Okay. Now when we are all together, can you tell me which of those 3 rounds was the easiest round?
The first one,
The first one.
Yeah.
Why is it as such?
because we don't have that.
You don't have it. Yes, Oren, you don't have it. Who have it? Okay, Ivona.
It was all about facts, actually.
Yeah.
Because it's a short time just to express how do you feel about the environment where you live. So it was about facts, and that's it.
Yeah, that's just numbering the facts.
Yes.
Okay, which one was the hardest one?
By the way, can I say something?
Yes.
About the first question, the hardest one?
Yes.
I think the first one was the hardest.
Ah, for you, the first.
Yes. I mean, I was the teller, but I was, being a listener for the first round was more frightening for me because I don't have the, option to ask questions. So I just need to, keep everything in my memory. But when I ask questions, it makes it easier for me to remember things. So for me, the first round is, I was a teller, as I mentioned, but it seems the most difficult one.
Okay, great. Who else find the first one the difficult? Ganesh?
It was difficult one, and the easiest one is the third one, by the way, for my thinking, because the third one was the most participate one, because everyone took a place in a conversation. I think that was the easier. But the first one, there was a people who is telling something and reacting nothing from the other side. So it was the hardest one, I think.
Okay. Anybody else wants to say something? Tell me, which one was for you the most quality one?
The third one.
The third one. Ivan, why for you is the third one?
Well, I think it's not only for me, it's my group, because we have really, really great conversation about a really great topic. I think the topic is also important, not only because the first one, like my home, so it's not really interesting because I live in the same apartment like everybody else. But the third is like happiest, and everybody participates. So I think for us it was the best. And maybe the easiest because it was conversation with some happy topic. All of us.
Okay. What you discovered in this third one, even during that conversation?
Well, I discovered that the situation is very, very familiar to us. We have the situation, and I think the reaction was also the same if we were in that situation. So, and then the story was very easy going on, and we participate, you know, with our memories, and it was full of life and like great feelings. So yeah. And it was like the longest one, but for me it was like the shortest one. Yeah, the first like minute was longer than the last 5 minutes because it's not facts, it's just feelings.
Yeah, Joanna, you want to say something?
I disagree. I thought the third session was the difficult one. I had to be the listener this time, and I had in the same time to listen, to observe her, Valentina's body language, and also try to, share something of my experience on the topic that we were discussing. So I can see if we have something in common, and in the same time also making questions to get to know her beliefs as we were supposed to do by from the exercise. So it was like doing three things in the same time. Okay, you had this, I was a bit more like free because it was like a kind of conversation between colleagues, and you're sharing the same experiences and emotions. But in the same time, I had to keep track in my mind of what Valentina was saying, how was she behaving, like with her body language, and in the same time, making the right questions to get to know more. It was more intense.
It was more intensive, but was it most quality one?
Yes, of course. We got more. I got more information, not only facts but also feelings, and I had the opportunity also to make like an empathetic, sharing something of my experience in that regard. So yeah, building trust maybe, or building the same position in the conversation, like we're equal.
Okay, thank you very much. All those things that you mentioned reminds you that on your experiences when you were in the position of a coach? Does it?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Thanks. Branka.
Yeah, for me, it was a little bit difficult to be observer in a second round because I couldn't do anything. I was just, standing aside and observing both positions. And somehow I found that position quite difficult.
Yeah. And what was the most difficult actually in this position?
That I couldn't react. I couldn't do anything.
And you just have to make a kind of suspension, isn't it? Yeah, the suspension very often is a part of the coaching, to suspend some reactions, to suspend emotions that suddenly appear, to suspend something that could influence on your coachee to stay open. Excellent.
I tend to ask questions or to react in certain situations, then I had to hold.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's very, very, very often situation during the coaching process, because coaching process is a live process, very vivid process, and you can't predict what could happen. You just can adapt. You just can flow by listening. Be aware of those three levels and be focused or dedicated to another person and to listening. Olda, can you share something with us? You are mute. Mute.
I
Thank
understand.
you.
Can you hear me now? Yes. As Ivan told, the third round was more interesting because we all could interact together, and apart from being a listener or observer or teller, everybody had an active role during this round. Meanwhile, if the first round was just facts, showing facts in a very short period of time, even the listener had a lot of things to remember. He wasn't allowed, in this occasion it was me, wasn't allowed to take notes. And actually I just skipped one detail that the teller told us during his speech. And the observer was very good in taking notes and about the facts. The second one was easier, but the third one was the more interesting. Anyway.
Okay.
Because there was a mixture between facts, feelings, sharing things, getting feedback from each other. It was very nice. It was also a happy topic. I think that if we would be in a sad situation, if the teller would describe the saddest day of his or her life, it would be very difficult. But in this case, you helped us in choosing the topic.
Okay. Anybody else? Valentina?
Actually, I was together with Joanna. So I would agree more or less with her views on the situation. Yes, for the last one, I enjoyed it the most because I was the talker. I didn't have to worry except, give her back to her comments. So it depends on the role that you had, I guess. In the first one, I was the observer and I just followed the watch and I followed their reactions and what they're talking, but I followed both of them. But then there was nothing on my side. I didn't have to comment or do anything in the moment, just to memorize, just to observe, right? In the second, I was the listener. It was more intense on me because then if something it was not clear for me, I had to figure out, okay, what's the question to clarify this? And so I had to come up with the right question just to clarify, just to get the whole picture of what Danko was telling me. So of course it depends on the situation, and you cannot say this one was the hardest or this was and yes, the last one was the most interesting because of the topic.
Yes. And what do you think, why this last one was the most interesting?
As I said, the topic. We all want to talk about these best moments. We all want to, it's part of our nature.
It's part of our nature. Sorry. Yes. It's part of our nature. Yes, of course. And what do you think? Did you connect each other in these few minutes on all three levels?
I feel the last one where I talked about my best moment of my life. I feel that with Joanna, I connected on a personal level.
Yes. Okay.
The first one was more like facts, and because of the short time, and okay, her story was of course touching because her home was destroyed due to the earthquake. We got into this empathic moment, but because it was a very short time, we didn't get that much to this personal level connection.
Yeah, for the others also, do you see when we connect on the deepest level, like it was in third round, the conversation and the result of conversation and the result of connectedness is the best. So we share values, we recognize values.
And also when we have some personal in that conversations, then the links and communication between us getting more stronger, and then we know each other best.
Yes, yes. Okay, Anybody else want to say or to add something very shortly, because we already are 1 minute in your lunchtime? No? Okay, do you like this exercise? Great.
A lot.
You can use it. If you need some instructions, just write in the chat, I will send you. Great. We are now in lunchtime.
Lunch is served in another room.
Yes, lunch
Just follow instructions.
Just follow instructions.
And see you at 2 o'clock.
Can you send it online, please?
Yes. Yes. And see you at 2 o'clock and 2 minutes. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy your lunch.
Esmeralda.
Hi, I've changed my laptop. So I'm back now.
Okay, great.
I was so sorry, really, because I have listened everything, but it was impossible to you to hear me.
Okay, that's important that you listen. That's fine. Do you have any question? If
No, thank you. No. I was really carefully and listening also the colleagues when discussing, so it's okay, everything.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Let's move on. Hello to powerful questions. Are you ready to start? Excellent. Now I just have to share presentation. Oh, what we have.
Ne
No,
sam
it's
makni
here.
tamo I sada jedna share. Moraš tu uzeti, tu I onda spustiti. Tako, super, evo ga. Tadam. I nemoj
Excellent.
zaboraviti ovo.
Yes.
Oho.
Okay. Here we are. So, hopefully you had a good lunch break. Enjoyed, you refreshed yourself, and we are actually now powerfully energized, moving on, since we are not doing some energizer right now, obviously. But if you have a need to move on, please do it for yourself. So now we are actually going further on in the whole process, practically building our experience in learning about the coaching and coming closer to actually running one coaching session. And now, after the important session about active listening, we are going to talk about powerful questions. And I set up this presentation in a way to be to the point, that of course relates for the small task that I have for you, in addition to small introduction. So for the beginning, of course, before we start talking about powerful questions, we have to remind ourselves that we have some questions that are not so powerful. And I actually named them here for the purpose of this presentation, like daily questions. So what the time is it? Obviously, you ask and you receive the response. Are you okay? So I'm actually not asking you how are you, because I just want you to confirm that you are fine. And that's what usually we do when we actually meet someone on the street. We have even in Croatia, actually in the dialect of Zagreb, like, oh, are you fine? And then you are just proceeding, you know, it's not even hope you are well. So like, are you fine? And then you just move on, you know. So have you finished your project report? So it's yes or no, you know. And if they start even saying, why not? You're saying, well, I'm not interested. I'm worried why we are not done. Or did you finish your homework? So we ask and we receive response, and that's it. Practically the conversation is stopping almost immediately. Definitely the conversation is not developing anymore. However, in comparison to that, we have questions that we actually call powerful questions, because they are provoking us in a positive meaning. They are, for the beginning, opening actually the space for the communication. Once we open space for communication, we spark creative thinking, gaining new ideas, and with the new ideas, we are actually coming into the innovation, or what we like to call our action steps. We are practically empowering ourselves to do also some action. What examples of some powerful questions? You have it on this right side. It is, what do you want? You know, when someone is complaining to you, and like you already want to get rid of that, you will ask, okay, but what is what you want? And this is something that we use in coaching very often. It's like, what do you want to achieve? What do you want to change? So if I were to give you an extra hour a day, what would you do with it? For all friends that have no time to take a cup of coffee during the week time with us, you know, because they're always busy. They are in fixed minds that they have no time. One of the powerful questions is, oh, how come? Because when we are listening, we might also observe something in a way, say, oh, you seem very enthusiastic about it. How come, you know, etc. Or what will that get to you? Or what do you think is the moral of that story? Or what would happen if you could? You know, especially when we say, well, I think there is no chance I can do that. You know, fine, but let's think what would happen if you could do that. What holds you back? It's also a very powerful question. So, for example, at my first coaching session, it was during the training, and then I told to my coach, you know, I want to start working 5 hours per day. I think that actually I'm a very effective person. I want to work 5 hours per day. I want to have time to write a lot. I'm writing lots of blogs. I want to publish lots of blogs. Simply want to create more time for me, start finally developing my coaching business, etc., etc., etc. And then in the whole conversation, the one powerful question was enough to actually keep me from my fixed position. Like I said, but I have no idea. I'm just talking about my ideas, but I have no idea why I am not moving on. And then my coach asked me, okay, Andrea, can you put yourself in a position that somebody else is talking to you what you're talking to me now? What Andrea would tell to that person? It was such a strong moment for them. I actually started almost crying because I realized that, of course, myself and I would sell to somebody else, hello, what are you waiting? Why you didn't start already to work on your actions, on your ideas? You want to have a website? Everything is ready, but you're not publishing a website? It was a huge move for me. 2 days after that coaching session, my website was published because actually everything was really ready, but I was all the time having some excuses why to not publish it. That is the power of the questions, of the listening, and of coaching as such. It's just to motivate you, one actually quote from Albert Einstein, and it's amazing. I actually haven't found that one until I was preparing this presentation. What he said, if I had an hour, which is our actually coaching session, to solve a problem and my life depend on that solution, I would spend the first 55 minutes to practically discover the proper question to ask. For once I know the proper question, I could solve the problem in less than 5 minutes. Because once we get the proper question, we might think for few actually minutes, maybe a minute, but this answer will be the one that is actually helping to us to move on and towards the solution. And that is why when you say, well, you know, the small organizations, they only ask for tips, advices, and so on. Once, when you change actually your approach to them, and when you start asking them, okay, but you know, why is something important to you? Or why particular advice is important? How particular advice will help you in your actions? You are opening communication with them towards the solution that is best for them. Because maybe for some of them, it's just important to get list of possible donors. Or they will say, we just need a list of possible donors. But then in 1 month, you will realize they didn't even wrote to any of them. So you are at the beginning again, and they are complaining there are no more funds. Okay, main attributes of powerful questions, in summary, they are always precise. What is the one thing you can do today? And it's very important for us when we are complaining, I would like to exercise, but have no more time. That's me. But I always have time for reading. That's amazing. But actually, for 100 push-ups, you need 5 minutes. But I can't find, you know, it's always some excuse. Then the question is always a single one. It's very much important in coaching session. You ask one question and you wait for the answer. Now, at the beginning, when you will start to work with people, colleagues, organizations, it will happening that you will ask one question and it will immediately pop up another. But you are stopped because you are asking only one question and waiting for response. So it doesn't matter because after a few seconds you have another idea, no. You stop. Simply, process has to go on. The question, powerful question, is open-ended. So those daily questions that I presented to you are actually closed-ended. They are not opening the communication. So should we go ahead with the organization of the new event? That is close-ended question because it is, I don't know, maybe. But on the question, what should we do next? We have the whole conversation focused on what really can do. On should we do it or not? We will start just complaining. We already talked a lot. There is no accusing, assumptions, valuing what our coach is saying. So that's also relates to questions, of course. So they do not contain any assumptions. Bad example is, what are the problems with the new system? So now we are done. But if we ask, what do you think of the new system? We are opening up space for communication. And of course, it engages to think deeply, something that we talked about it in a previous session, like what are the key factors in making this decision? So let's think about it. You see, and again, we think about solutions, not excuses. So here is just to remind you, let's say, on the division between those open-ended questions and those that are closed-ended questions. So open-ended questions have this power to multiply answers, to stimulate out-of-the-box thinking. They are focused on future, they're non-critical, and you can scale with them. You can even play. Okay, let's say on the scale from 1 to 10, how much is this important to you? Or on the scale from 1 to 10, how do you want to feel about particular decision of saying no to your colleagues? Well, I want to be on 8. Okay, and where are you now? Well, now I'm at 5. So let's talk about it. Again, action. How from position 5 we can come up to position 8. Powerful questions and the coaching, what we call coaching conversation, when you're out of the session, but of course you apply those principles of coaching in communication with others. You can apply in communication with your friends, with your family, with your children. So they are applicable to actually number of situations that you are facing or that you are working it. Another quote that actually is, I think, amazing, because it's very often in our culture to ask kids what they want to be when they grow up. But what actually Jamie Casap is actually telling to us, when you ask them this, then actually you ask them what problems do they want to solve. You don't ask them that. You need to change the conversation in a way to actually check what they want to learn, what they want to explore. So don't ask kids what they want to be when they grow up, but what problems they want to resolve. In that sense, you will actually hear what is really the matter of their interest. So maybe, you know, how kids say, oh, I want to be a doctor, you know, but actually they care about something else that is their interest. And it's the same with all of us. So the powerful questions is just actually switching our focus from closed communication to very stimulative, open-ended communication. What do you think about it?
I think it's a very powerful tool if we learn how to properly implement it, because I think it's very difficult to think that this training will help us to really make such powerful questions, because I think that our mind is really tuned in another way to ask questions that give very simplified answers and to just dead end a conversation. So I think it's a very powerful tool, but also I think it's going to be very challenging to practice this into everyday life, to try and make this type of questions. So yeah, it will need some time.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Mira.
If I just can add something, the way how we perceive coaching is that coaching is a skill. Powerful question are also the skill as well as listening skill. Yeah. When you sit on your bicycle when you were a kid and you started to learn how to ride the bicycle, how many times you failed? Who knows? But now you know how to ride the bicycle. So powerful questions, empathic listening, that's coaching, mentoring, it's skills. So day by day, we become better and better. But just throw yourself down with this roller coaster and everything will be fine.
It is always challenging on the training about coaching when we are saying these are the rules of the game, but for the beginning and actually continuation of the process is important that you are present as a listener, and just by listening the right questions will pop up. So now, of course, and we are going to make an exercise about powerful questions just to see examples. And people's always asking, can we get list and so on? And there are really, the internet is full of the list of questions. But it doesn't matter if you are not listening. When you listen, the right questions are simply popping up. Over the time, your mind is switching toward asking more open-ended questions. If you are having 5 excellent questions that you want to ask, that doesn't matter, because maybe during the session there will be no room to ask so amazing questions, but you will not be present, and your, of course, coachee will realize that. Okay.
Just one. And also, when some new things come to our brain, some new information, they must find a place in this brain. While they are finding the place, they made a mess in the other information. So it seems that everything could be blurry or mixed up or whatever. But compare it with the moment when you step in the lopica vode. in the water on the road. And when you step in this small circle of water, what happened? What goes up? Something goes up. Yes, this wet dust goes up. But if you leave your foot long enough, everything just calms down and your foot remain in the nice clear water again. The same is with our brain.
Okay, is there any question or comment before we move to exercise? Okay, so we are then moving to to one small exercise. We will work in our groups of 3, so don't actually mix them now, and you will actually continue. In order to actually be efficient because of the timing and the size of the group, we created the exercise in which you have a task as a group to reframe 3 questions that are written here in blue. So your task is to reframe those questions into powerful open-ended questions. You can, you have to make at least, well, try to make at least one solution, but it can be more suggestions. They, of course, welcome. So how we can ask in the form of the open-ended, powerful question, why we are late with the report again? Is this initiative really valuable to dedicate our time to it? Why we cannot make agreement about key questions? Let's see how we can transform these 3 questions into powerful questions. You have 15 minutes for that. We will, of course, spying you. If we see that we are finishing earlier, then we will also finish earlier the task and start with the presentations. Are there any questions about the task? Did you made full screen, print screen of it? Excellent. So then, Katarina, please divide us into our groups of 3.
Yes, just a second, please. Just give me one moment, please. Sorry. Okay. Oh my God. Olga, can't you join your group? Bye.
Huh? Only us. Okay.
You were the first one to finish. The last one.
So Katerina, can you start inviting people from the small groups? Everybody's here now, I guess. Yeah. Excellent. I heard that we all come back. We have now like 10 more minutes to hear the results of your powerful questions. Looking forward to hear them. Who is willing to share?
Can I start?
Hmm?
Can I start?
Yes, yes.
We worked really hard as a team. Okay, we have one option for the first question, and we thought that it will sound better like this. When we can expect for the report to be ready, or do you need any kind of support for your report to be ready in time? This was for the question number one.
Mm-hmm.
For question number two.
Can we hear a few more examples for the question number one from other groups? Maybe?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
May I?
Okay.
In terms of our group, Dushka and Liliana, what are the factors that are hindering us to submit the report on time? Or second one, how can we overcome this problem?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we also have two options.
Okay.
The first one is what you think about what you think are the challenges that we face during the writing report, and the second one is more even opener, is what you think about the process of developing and finishing report within our team.
Excellent. Excellent question. It's then opening up widely our communication, even if there will be maybe complaints and like we have to do it early and so on, but it's opening up toward how we can actually make the whole process more effective. Are there other examples?
We had a few too. So one is, where are we with the report? And the other one is, what can we do next time to make sure we are on time with the report?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. However, it's interesting, you see, this last question is what we can make sure that we are not, late with the report, is actually reminding us that we have been late. So it's, again, we'll start, it has sort of the accusation in the question, and then is, moving, is popping up that someone will start, explain, well, actually, Borka started on time, but then, I was in a rush and didn't. So when we think about powerful question, we should always remind ourselves on the main attributes and to actually include that there are no judgment. Okay, shall we hear some examples for the second question? Jumizer, do you want to start?
For the second question, we wrote, what can we gain from this initiative? Or how is this initiative beneficiary for us?
Okay, others?
For the second question, right?
We had also another option.
Yes, for the second question. Okay, another, who's Larina?
Yeah, Jada is talking, yeah. We had another option, like, do you think we should go forward with this initiative?
No, I don't think. Okay. Junesh, you wanted to say something?
Yes. We convert to considering our limited time. How important is the value of this initiative?
Mm-hmm. 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 Branka?
Yeah, we just put this question into the, is this initiative fitting our values and goals? Mm-hmm. Just to consider, I mean, is it worth spending time and investing time further? Mm-hmm. And one more general question, if you would have, I mean, whole time, thinking about whole time we have, how much would be worth investing into this initiative?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We go.
Sorry. Okay.
We go so simpler. We say, what do you think about this initiative? Question.
Same.
And maybe why we find this initiative important for us.
Mm-hmm. 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 Others, do you want to join? Say something? No?
Yeah, we had, can you give us more information about the initiative? The other question is the same as the others had. What can we benefit from this initiative?
Okay. Yeah. You know what's interesting? Just simple thing that can help us. I just wanted to add to Branka, but then Bojana said something, and Jelena as well, is, hey people, let's discuss actually how this initiative is valuable to us. Very simple, just to see how it's important really to us. And once we discuss how it's important to us, then we will actually come very easily to the point, shall we dedicate time or not? Because it's very much important, of course, that we are going to dedicate time. Junesh, can you actually just said your last question that you mentioned, because I don't know, but I actually felt very deeply somehow, and I saw that Borka's reaction was also, so there was something in that question.
For the second one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We said, considering our limited time, how important is the value of this initiative?
Okay. And the question before that?
what can we do with the report to be on time?
Okay. Thank you. So for the third question, what are your suggestions for reframing? Branka?
What do we want to achieve, and what are the things that we would like to get along with, or we would like to make agreement about?
Okay. Ola?
The first question, what are the key questions we agree upon? And the second option is, can we have a brainstorming session and decide on the priorities?
Or people, shall we have? It's because can we, I don't know, like, you know, I'm a bit limited with the time.
Yeah.
But what do you say? It's also about, you can notice how I'm changing in my nonverbal communication.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you say? Shall we then, you know, and the actually tone and my gestures are positive. Can we? No, please don't. You know, one more brainstorming. I am tired of it, like of the Zoom webinars. And somebody else wanted to add something? Okay, Cheva?
The first question is like Olda, ours. What are the key questions? And we have 3 more. How can we agree on key questions? Why are these questions important to you? How would you justify the importance of the key questions for you?
Okay, interesting. Exactly. So when we actually listen to other person, we actually are listening to find out what is the things that that person is saying and that are positive, that can move on. So when we hear that someone is saying, you know, we have a problem, we cannot make agreement about the key questions. Oh, you want to make agreement about key questions. You see, it very easily paraphrasing and then opening discussion. The same with the why we are late with this report again is, shall we talk how we are approaching to creation of the report? So then we are not accusing anyone and talking about the problems. Let's actually do brainstorming. How shall we approach, for example, to the report? Okay, Borka, you wanted to add something?
Yeah,
okay.
I will do that
later.
I can refer later on.
Okay. So was this challenging for you? But I also could ask, was that powerful for you?
Well, it was quite challenging for me because I'd like to be very direct in dialogue, and I don't like to be politically correct all the time. So if a person misses the deadline, I think that it's his or her or their fault. I don't think that I need to be very polite. I mean, it's better to be honest, be myself, and I just say, why are we late, right? Because the person is late and I know that they were drinking and partying and everything. And I mean, I don't think, I'm not a fan of that kind of a communication. When, not only when I am the person that makes a question, but when someone communicates with me, I want that person to be sincere and not very polite with me.
Okay, I just want to respond to Murat. Okay. Murat, what you said is actually very much important. And what is very much important in communication, it's that we are honest. And because with the good quality communication, we are building a trust. So if something is not functioning for you, especially at the moment, and you think it's not applicable, then you are not torturing yourself to apply that. And especially if you, let's say, do not believe, or you are struggling with it, and so on, and it's something you think now it's important, I have to deal with it immediately, then you are not, you know, making another panic to make a powerful question. It's just, you know, if you want to, of course, apply powerful questions into your daily work or active listening, just give yourself a time. But exactly, be authentic, be as you are also today. Otherwise, the most powerful question will not function, because just the question as such is not enough. It's important also all things that we were saying until now about the non-verbal communication and the feelings at the end, that will be definitely recognized. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you now want to?
Shortly to add. Sometimes when you start your question with why, especially if it's personal matter, it could be kind of aggressive, because nobody shouldn't give us a reasons. Why ask for a reason? To make it softer and to feel better and to open this space where you keep your coachee and you or your colleague or whoever is on the meeting, change why with how. For example, we have here why we are late with the report again. So it could sound a bit aggressive. You can change it on how it happened that our report is late, but without again. How it happened. Do you understand this difference between how it happened and why? When I ask how it happened, I try to move the movie back and describe what happened. And then I said,
and wondering.
Yes, yes.
How this happened instead of
why. Have any sense?
Yes, I already got this first question. So it is
no.
Why? It won't be why you were drinking again. It would be how did you make it get drunk?
How it happened that you start to drink again. What happened also could be. What happened, how it happened. You know, just in personal relations and in personal conversation, try to avoid this why. We have ego, bigger, smaller, ego that matter to me, ego that doesn't matter to me. It's different. And when somebody asks me why, sometimes I don't have idea why I did it. You know, everybody has those experiences. And now you ask me why. And I was completely under the stress, or I was not conscious maybe at that moment what would be the consequence of my action.
Yeah, and keep in mind that only the content of the question of that sentence is not enough to be good. It should, of course, be related what you were listening or with the particular situation and with your nonverbal communication. But because also the why, it can be, oh, but why this happened?
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Mm-hmm.
So of course, challenge yourself. It will be a task in for the next month until the next session. Just exercising the power of the powerful questions.
Yeah. Why this paper is white? It's okay. Question. This is not personal question.
Yeah, it's like everyday question.
Everyday question. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Shall we move on then, Borka?
Yes.
Okay.
Just one. Where is your concentration? Please show me. This high, low. Show me with your hand. Do you need 2 minutes of stand up, move out of the screen, take some water and come back? Okay, 2 minutes.
Not okay. They're already like
Vanish.
Rastjera smo ljude.
Ovo ti ide najbolje.
Empty chair, ajde.
Can we continue?
Yes.
Okay. Before the last exercise, where you will simulate it, we will have simulation where you will simulate it one coaching process. You will be again spread in a group of 3. Let me just introduce you GROW model, which will help you to have a structure of coaching session, and a structure that has just 4 steps, and very easy, actually, 4 steps. Just to remind you, coaching, work on skills, knowledge, behavior, and competencies. It's a short-term happening, short-term event. Mentoring is a long-term event which works on open perspective, horizons, our encouragement, on all those things that are important for mentee to feel powerful and to feel safe, on the safe side, to work their job, to work on projects, to do whatever they do. Coaching as a method could be a part of the mentoring process. Coaching as a method could be one stand event, but also could be several events in a chain. Now we are going to see what we are doing by coaching. Concept of coaching, of course, is to raise the potentials and to remove barriers to gain result. And when we can do coaching? We can do coaching when we want to develop some competencies, when we want to discuss about results that we achieve in some period, when we want to analyze or discuss about actions, but also when we make follow-up after the several coaching sessions, or after the action that we create by action plan on one coaching session is finished. We meet again and make coaching on follow-up, on what result of follow-up. And the coaching could be, we can do coaching on some situation from the past, some present situation, and some situations that will come in the future. Like, for example, for some past situation, some of your team members was supposed to create, let's say, 2 workshops with the citizens, but somehow it happened both of them should be canceled. Then you can sit with your team member and discuss, go through the GROW model and to see what really happened, that those workshops didn't appear or wasn't done, and what should be done differently in the future. For some present situation, let's say you have somebody who should write some important report, and you see this person has a problem with that. You sit with the person, start to talk, to see, to analyze, to a bit shake by those powerful questions, to see what is going on, in purpose to find some solutions, some options, and to create another action plan that will follow, that the person follow, and that will lead to better results in writing reports. And for some future, you know that somebody is going to some very, very important meeting with some donor or in some community, and need a sort of preparation. And you sit with that person, go through GROW model, ask questions in purpose to make this person prepared for to lead a certain meeting. Is it clear for you? When we can have coaching, what are the situation? Is it clear for you? Yes. Okay. Then let's introduce a GROW model. As you see, it's just 4 steps. And it's acronym from 4 English words. And when we went back to the process of coaching that Andrea explained you at the beginning, we start with a goal. Each coaching must start with the end result in mind at the beginning. Then we search and research a bit reality, current situation. After we researched and shaped current situations, and in this part are particularly important, those powerful questions. When we shake it and when we went through it, we start to think about options. What option do you see? What do you see as some possible solutions? When we listed some options or when we choose one option, then we develop together with coachee action plan. Here is written will. It means that a coachee show a goodwill to create action plan and to start to work on plan implementation. And it looks as such. Set the goal for the coaching session. Look at the current and propose situation in realistic manner. Examine what is possible and ensure clear directions how you are going to your coachee, how you are going to implement what we right now agree. And for goal, it is important to having in mind that the question that we would like to have answered is what do you or what do we as a coach and coachee want to achieve? But be aware that this is something that coachee create. You asked, okay, what till the end of this session, at the end of this session, what do you want to achieve? What do you want to have? What do you want, with what do you want to go out of this session? Then for reality, this is the most important part of the coaching, where you explore what happened, what are the feelings about the problem or situation that you helping find solution. Give feedback when coachee become, if you see that coachee is not enough aware of important things, just turn him back or just give him back his words, paraphrase. And of course, be very interesting in the story that your coachee wanted to tell you. Options, even if the person create options, ask many questions about those options, because maybe you have activists in the front of you who will jump into the action, jump into the option. Make him aware of costs, benefits, challenges, etc., etc. And then wrap up or will also shake a bit create together with your coachee some logical actions. It shouldn't be chronological. He is going to put that in times or in a real action plan table. Identify possible barriers. See who else can be helpful. And try to avoid to take on your back any responsibility. You as a coach, you are responsible for process to ensure quality process, and coachee is responsible for result and implementation. Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, yes.
Any question? No. Okay, now you will have demo coaching. You will be again in the same trees, in the I almost said living room. No, living room, in the breakout room. And one of you will be coach, another will be coachee, and third person will be observer. Observer and coachee will give feedback to coach. What was well done, what they appreciate, what could be or maybe would be good to be done differently, and give example, give something, some suggestion. Is it okay? One thing, one most important thing for you, if you have time and you see that there are several important things, just share it. We will, in this simulation, the most important thing is to pass through GROW model, to feel and to see how it is to use GROW model. Pay attention also on powerful question, and pay attention on empathic listening. And for this task, you have 30 minutes. You have 30 minutes. Okay, we play one round. So from this simulation, everybody will learn something. Okay? Then after 30 minutes, we will be back. It means that we are here all together at 10 to 4. And we will visit you. Okay.
Sorry, just one question.
Yes.
There is one room with only 2 people because someone probably left.
Okay.
Should I leave that room with 2 people, or
Yes.
should I move these people somewhere else?
No, leave those 2 people together.
Okay.
And let us in this room first.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Opening them.
May I ask a question? I was going to ask a question, but so I have to go to my group. Can you send Maggie? I can't hear you.
Sorry. I will send. You wanted to ask Andrea a question?
Yes, but maybe it's better I go to my group and we.
Yes, and I will send Andrea next to your
Okay,
room.
thank you. Can
No
you send me again?
worries.
Yes, join. Okay,
Yeah.
I have the option. Thank you.
I'm moving you.
Okay.
Next one. Okay.
Next.
Here. Okay.
Mhm. Честно. Jer nismo već... Ne znam. Check. Page. Ajmo dalje.
Satu quarto stiamo.
Why we are again here?
Because we cannot be splitted. We are all three in one.
Okay.
All through the
Did you think
technical manager cannot.
Mayor, but do you think that someone other can help you?
Mayor is the god of the gods.
But maybe some network of the NGOs.
No, I don't believe, because they will ask why, and whatever we will bring with us, they will ask why what will be the purpose of his presence there. So I don't believe that your suggestion that some representatives of the beneficiary will be acceptable to bring them. no,
Mm-hmm.
because it's not adequate for the position or for the situation. So the question who to bring is the answer for who to bring is your suggestion to bring someone from the financial department who knows the numbers, who always knows everything regarding the numbers that will be present. Wow, monitoring. So, for example, yeah, we come back.
Come back.
Yes. Okay.
You're not alone.
Tom.
No. 3, 2, 4.
Everybody's here now.
Okay, great. Welcome back.
Thank you. We didn't finish.
Okay. How those simulation went? Ivona says good.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody wants to share some learnings from this simulation?
Maybe I can.
Yes.
Well, it was really good exercise, actually, maybe the best for these 2 days because it was really concrete. And in our case, Boana was a trainer and Ivana was trainee. I was observer, so I can express my observation. Boana was following steps as you gave us, and she was really objective during the process. She was asking many questions, and we have like time for solution also. And I think Ivana got, because we were solving one concrete issue and from the practice, from real life, so it was really successful.
Excellent, great. Yes. Anybody else?
Hi.
Esmeralda?
I'm so pleased with Mira as my coach because I was a very, very talkative and difficult coachee, and giving her so much information and details and speaking and talking and talking and talking. It's all time, and she was so calm without interfering and just following the steps and how to. And yeah, it's if I was in the place of Mira, I will be, hey, hold a sec. Okay, yes, I know. But no, she was so good. Thank you.
Yeah. Sometimes it happened that the coachee is excited, whether because of some unpleasant or pleasant situation, who knows. And it happened that can't stop talk. It looks like coachee think loudly. At that moment, what I do in my practice, I let coachee talk, write down the notes, and when coachee finished, I just give feedback. Okay, you give me a lot of information. At the moment, I'm a bit lost. Can we start from the beginning? And then I ask close questions. one or two, just to direct further understanding, and then paraphrase to approve good understanding, you know, and also try to make a deal that be concise, precise, and short. And if I raise hand, it means that I'm full of information that I have to stop because of better understanding. And it works. With me, it works.
I must admit there were challenges when I worked because I was the coach. So it was at one moment completely overwhelming, because at the beginning it was easy. She was talking, I got a lot of information, and then I got to a stop and I was kind of like, what do I do now? Because first of all, I found myself in what she was talking. I was kind of like, yeah, I understand you, but I don't know what to do either. And the second thing was very interesting when you came into the room, when I had like a complete blackout, when I was like, I don't know what to ask her anymore, because I was trying not to be suggestive, and then I turned out to be suggestive. So you gave me some good options, and good intervention was in that moment when I was really completely stuck. And the one problem that I had was giving advice, because what I got, you shouldn't give direct advice, kind of like she should get to the point herself. And it was so draining for me to just try and just hold, like, do not give advice, do not do anything, kind of. So it was really all over the place for me. It was really challenging, but Esmeralda was really, really a good coachee, because she was talking and giving me information. But at one moment it was really, really, what should I do next? What's the next step?
Yes. Yeah. And this is the skill that you will exercise through time, through your coaching sessions.
Simply mastering.
Simply mastering, just suspend advice. Although I know, rather give feedback, or rather ask, do you have some person that has similar experience? What was good at that? What was what you can use from that?
Yeah. If may I add, when you have actually a coachee that, of course, speaks a lot, especially at the beginning, because it's like, let me explain the situation to you, and then start actually explaining. So you are listening and actually tracking some key words, positive words, you know, the words that already showing the options. So like, you know, I have problems with my colleagues. No, that's not a positive, but because I want to be more efficient. Oh, you know, that's something that you're writing down. And it's like, well, they are bothering me, but I have to be to do work better, you know, or to work within working hours. And that's what you are summarizing and saying, oh, what actually I heard from you is that you want to be more efficient, to better manage your time, and actually communication with your colleagues. So we already summarized what is said and what can actually lead to a solution. So Esmeralda, now in next 50 minutes that we have, because she already talked 10 minutes, and we are reminding on the time because that's our responsibility. So Esmeralda, in next 50 minutes, how the best you want to use the time in front of us. So then she has to decide, well, I want to work on this. And from that moment, we have actually space to create a contract, to set up the goal of the session.
Yes. And sometimes you will not have 1 hour in one piece. Maybe you will have half an hour, 20 minutes, whatever. And in the story of your coachee will appear 3 things, like Andrea now gave example. Then you have to decide, your coachee have to decide, okay, we have 1, 2, 3. in this coaching session, since we have the 30 minutes, which one is the most important to solve it now? Because you can't, on one coaching session, which is shorter than 1 hour, it's hard and it's demanding to juggle with more than one topic at a time, one goal at a time. Valentina, did you raise the hand?
Actually, a small comment to what you said, and you said it very well: concise, precise, and short. But I have to say, in civil society, that's a very difficult.
And you have to coachy, who's there?
Rain.
She's like a poet, you know.
Is in your heads. You have to manage it.
To guide them, yes.
Yes, you have to guide them. And teach them as well in the same moment to be precise and concise.
Because there have been many occasions with especially small organizations, they try to explain all the activities that have done.
Yeah, I know.
The small ones, and they just talk.
Yeah, just give them feedback that it is impossible. What do you think? What can we do in 30 minutes? And how would you like to spend these 30 minutes? Just to talking? I can listen, or to solve something?
We all actually tend and like to talk about ourselves and our problems. And that's the easiest, you know. So you always can, and then here is the power of coaching, of switching from that content talking to actually action talking. So when they start talking about their activities, you will actually appreciate them, saying, yes, well, that's fine. We are aware that it's very important for you or for your community and so on. However, I have a question for you. And then you actually start moving, further. Yeah, it's definitely, they will not say, no, wait, I didn't say everything. Even it's that's also possible.
Yeah.
Okay. We are running a bit out of time.
5 minutes after 4. Is it okay for you? Yes. Okay. If you have any question more, Chevo?
Yes, I have one question. We are at our session with my team. I was the coach, and we first tried to set the goal for the coaching session, and then the other next step to reality, look at the current and proposed situation. But when we are confused when we try to apply them in order, because I needed the reality first to hear the reality, the current and the proposed situation, to be able to set up the goal for the session. So I'm a little confused. Should they be in line, or because when I try to do them in order, we are kind of lost.
Okay, let them give you few directions, few things that are important for their problem, but then again go back to the goal and say, okay, now I heard what is your problem. Let me know, what would you like to go out from this session? What do you think we can solve on this session? And put the goal. Without goal, you will go everywhere, you know. Otherwise,
it will be conversation.
Yes, coffee.
Not a session.
Yes. Otherwise, when you have a goal and when they started to be wide, you always can bring them back on the real track to fill the goal.
Like, okay, this, what are you saying? Blah, 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 what they are saying. How is that related to goal that you actually set up for this session?
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, people. I know this simulation was demanding because it is the first time that you use Grow. That's fine.
And probably the first coaching session.
Yes, yeah. And probably the first coaching session, structured one on this way. Don't worry, we were listening and we discovered that all of you are on a very good way. We gave you feedback, some directions, and now is a time of 4 weeks, even more, 5 weeks, where you can exercise and have a coaching sessions in real time with the real persons. Your task for this period until December is to have at least 1 or 2 coaching sessions with somebody from your environment who have some need to be coached, or who have a problem, or where you see that and you believe that this person has capacity to change something, and where you see that some competencies, some results, some actions, past, future, temporary, could be done differently, or could be done better, or could be, could be
it was
even better.
Even better. Yes.
Could be done even better.
What was good and what can be done even better.
Yeah.
Yeah. You also, until the next time, you can practice asking powerful questions among your teams, with your colleagues. Like approach this just like even for fun, just to test our theory that we shared with you. So, for example, when we come back to this example of small organizations and they're just asking, for the tips and for the guidance and so on. So let's actually, for example, discuss what we can do for small organization instead of just giving to them list of donors, or how we can turn our support to be more powerful. These are excellent questions to have discussion with our colleagues on the actual, topic, like what shall we do with the small organizations, because they just want a list of donors and they just want some advice and guidance.
Yes, and Katarina will share with you.
Can I ask something? What
yes?
do you mean they want only list of donors?
Can you repeat?
What did you mean by saying that the small organizations only want list of donors?
There was during the day in one of the responses, someone said, we actually have now as a challenge how we will apply coaching to small organizations, because they want immediate solution, immediate tip. So for example, they just want the list of donors. So, and then here is, you know, when we stuck in such a discussion among us, like, what do we think? Is that enough? Or what else we can do instead of just providing to them list of donors?
How can we prepare them to lead effective meetings with donors? How can you know? What can we do? What else can we do to encourage them and reinforce them? And Katarina will share with you
the presentation among others.
Yes, and the report
like
sheet,
a working sheet,
like a working sheet for coaching report, where you will write down what you done, what you learned, what your coachee learned, how the process go by, and also I hope, Katarina, you have facilitation questions, facilitated questions file. Do you have?
You mean from the project or?
No, did I share yesterday?
I saved all the files that you shared yesterday on our server. So we have them in the system.
Okay. Then I will send these facilitated questions, if you don't have it, Katarina, to you, Tanya. And Tanya, you can send it furthermore. This is 3 or 4 papers with good explanation that will help you in listening and in leading coaching sessions. Okay?
Yeah, I think we have them. We have them already.
Do you?
Yesterday.
Excellent.
So I'll coordinate with Katarina, no worries.
Okay, great. Well, people, how it was today? Okay, until next time, now you have your homework. Reflect, those who are not reflectors, exercise a bit reflector, reflect a bit on what you learned during this 1 month. And next time when we meet each other, we will discuss a bit about your learnings during through this period of 1 month. Okay? We are open for any short coaching on Skype, on Zoom, on WhatsApp, or whatever. Just contact us. My mail is Boryanka.
That can be written.
Okay, I will write it, sorry. For everybody, Boryanka at yahoo.com. Andrea,
I will write it.
Ajde, send. No, nisi enter. Evo ga, dobro, aj sad ti.
Okay. Well, actually, I want to thank you very much for this inspiring 2 days. Since I'm writing lots of blogs, one title of one of my upcoming blogs will be They Want Only Advice and Not Coaching. And what I wanted to share with you, of course, if you Google my name, you will find my website and my profiles on the LinkedIn and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. You can, of course, write to me on my email address that I will share to you. Thursdays are in my schedule dedicated to coaching. On Thursdays, I am either publishing some blog or I'm organizing like free sessions for like small talk coaching also then I'm offering free of charge the coaching sessions. We can also, in a follow-up, exercise making some demos or one-to-one coaching and so on, whatever actually it's something that I can support you in that process. So don't be just polite and not asking for a support, because the ensuring support in this process from colleagues is very much important. You can't simply be alone in that process, and you need support from colleagues, either in feedback, either in exercising, either simply to get rid of some client that you don't want to work with it. I'm writing now my contacts.
Okay, while you are writing, may I just say thank you to all of you, to the trainers, which were great, and to all of you, which were also great in your participation. It was a true honor for me to have to host you as participants for these 2 days, and I'm looking forward for the next module. We really hope that all of you can attend the full program. If for any reason, good or bad, it happens that you couldn't, please let us know in advance. But we really hope that that won't happen, that nothing will stop you from continuing. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you in 1 month.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Stay in touch.
And take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Very quick in leaving the room.
Nenad is still with us.
Nenad is with us.
Nenad is still with us, and Bojana. They don't want to leave.
They don't want to leave. Okay. Yes,
How are you?
Everybody left.
Everybody left. Dobro je. I jesmo umorni?
Pa ne, mislim, super je, stvarno. Mislim, naravno da, ali pretpostavljam Katarina je crkla, ali
Katarina, ti si super. Super. Tako si to sve, stalno si bila skoncentrirana i nije trebalo čekat iz sobe u sobu da, odlično, super.
Jest, bravo. Super. Vas dve, jeste zadovoljne?
Ja sam zadovoljna, jesam. Jako sam zadovoljna sa grupom, znaš. Grupa je prijemčiva i kako bi ti rekla, motivirani su, hoće učiti. Sad vidjet ćemo u ovih mjesec dana, ne možemo očekivati Bog zna šta, ali ja očekujem pa barem pitanja, ako ne ništa drugo. Pitanja očekujem i voljela bi dobiti ta pitanja, znači da su učili, mislili, razmišljali, probavali, na osnovu nečeg ta pitanja moraju postaviti.
Super.
Da, mislim da su jako puno danas procesuirali odmah kako to primijeniti. To je bilo vidljivo i kroz pitanje i kroz komentare i kad nastane panika, kako je to je u stvari jako dobar znak, znači da su u stvari već oni fino u to zagazali.
Da.
Naravno, uvijek je s jedne strane ta impresija tom ovako dobrom grupom i želja kao da im u stvari pružiš više, jer kad imaš tako dobru grupu, ti vidiš koliko kao iskreno u stvari da smo mi uistinu, možda smo čak u ova 2 dana napravili više nego što bi na treningu uživo. Mislim da bi nam na onda spotu falilo vremena za ovaj program kao takav. Naravno da je sve sad tu, mislim, sažeto kad gledaš cijeli coaching programi su praktički sažeti u 2 dana treninga kao takvog, ali iskreno, kako da kažem, za ono što njima treba, da to samo primijene u svojim organizacijama, sa svojim kolegama i kad vide, ja mislim da čisto percepcija sutra kad se probude i kad krenu iz Afrikancije lupat pitanja i kad vide kako to funkcionira, da će ta motivacija biti još puno veća. Da, tako da.
Je, da, to je sve stvar tog probavanja.